Limbus Company.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Limbus. It's been a while since I've actually got to play this game. I did not know that this was coming. This was not planned. I'm just jumping into it and no idea what to expect, which never ends well when it's a Project Moon game for me. Okay, reward exchange. What do we got? Okay, what do you do? Are you worth actually going for Blade and Sink? Honestly, I don't have a good bleed ID for Assault, or a Sink one for that matter. So like, this is actually kind of that's nice. What's this? Oh, just one of those tag things. Well, no idea what- hello, Scorpion, no idea what to expect, so I'm just gonna dive in and just pray it works out. Just wanted to say thank you again for giving me the courage to upload my first video, and I just uploaded my second video, and I fell asleep around 6 in the morning yesterday. Congratulations, Scorpion, and thank you. I don't know how I gave you courage, though. I'm nervous freaking wreck, man. I should probably... I need to stream this at one point, because I did it. but I never actually streamed it. And a funeral, it's gonna get right into the depression, isn't it? Funerals held for Martin and the LCE researchers. Which one's Martin? I forget. Which one was Martin? I can't remember. Oh, he's the tan dude. Okay, okay. It's just the tan guy who I did not remember. That's fine. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. Say, no, I don't. I inspire like one person, apparently. I do not inspire people. That is a lie. I will not accept that. No. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. But never before have I witnessed so many people gathering in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit of pain. Feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their elements. Some of the rescuers were salt. Apparently, the most knowledgeable of them when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect as a primary purpose, and placement and gestures are unimportant if the objective is to be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can any of you quit shattering for 1 second? Have y'all forgotten the instructions to carry yourselves with solemn I'm just blanking on that word. I have no idea why. That benefits the occasion. Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onward. 30 pages, Ishmael! Really? Hadn't every sitter attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in the grim manor at T-Corp? Oh, thou speakest of the funeral held at young Heathcliff's manor. Dost thou not? The one... bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead, I mean someone had to have died. Because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Oft Association, or the OFI Association's notarizations. Otherwise, I've said this time and again, but it was just the intentional to prevent the family strife. How is it a lie? I didn't say it was a lie. I just said I don't believe it. Or maybe I didn't say it's a lie. I don't know. I don't remember. Intentional. It is. If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, Then there was no helping it, forsooth, yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Oh yeah, that's right, she got erased. Like, completely. Outside of Heathcliff and apparently Dante. It's fine, Clockhead, at least you remember. That's good enough, isn't it? Had be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event of the Wuthering Heights had become warped. Students seemed to think the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Falstaff. Every single sinner believed that the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just checked in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized was that anything tied to Catherine had already been printed over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. Yeah, Golden Bow. Or Vow, wait, is it Bow or Vow? Oh no, the Golden Bow. I might have said Vow on accident. Point is, how should I put this? The circumstance of the funeral didn't exactly leave us with much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think that it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I could not confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time offs just because of an irrelevant someone has died, and the price for real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then what are the other options people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere and just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors. You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave for some sod to later desecrate it. In Hongyun, hey, quit chewing your foot. Quit that. In Hongyun, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next reconstructing day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Foolishness, all of it. Confronting the soul of the departed another. I am having trouble today. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. All those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. Ceremony came to a close with Alyssa. He was still in recovery. He came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says he will remain until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is. Psychological assessments turned up disastrous to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project, which means that I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you... Just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really just have to put it like that, boss? Oh, not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational proposals. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. and had we allowed them, they've kept you a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do is thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Also, wave to the researchers who are filling out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to a long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. While it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried really him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going to Sinclair to get some rest. Also, to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them from trying anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during the stay at LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air with a thick cigarette smoke, Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? I just have no idea. Gesellschaft? Gesellschaft? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Still. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood here, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. This is going to sound funny, but Snake, do you have diarrhea of the mouth? It's basically where if someone slips up and says something different way or anything like that, I get it all the time. I mean, I stumble over my words a lot, but that's about it. I just have a hard time reading things out loud. What kind of assistance? WKO. AA says CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she's usually snap at me to tell me to find someone else to interpret whatever issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It seems that you are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Aw, don't pouty at all, jumping owl. Wait, one moment. Sorry, my dog's been chewing its foot. I have to keep yelling at it to stop it. Got it irritated. The problem's fixed, but still irritated. So she keeps chewing. Hey, no. No. One moment. But it's already irritated, so sorry about that. It's already irritated, so she keeps chewing her foot, and I have to keep distracting her on occasion. Yes. Problem's fixed, dog. You're just making it more irritated. If you stop chewing on it, it will get better. Do I have to put a cone on your head? I'd rather not do that. In here. I can't reach you for a belly rub now that you're rolling over. Whatever. I tried. I love Pouty Don. Pouty Don cute. I need a drink. One moment. Who else, pray, might know where he is? If thou knowest not, now listen closely. The one I seek is the bearer of the hair fashioned in a likeness of a bull. It's called... You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene with so much as a backward glance. The moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance, but I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier for that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet conceded my exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of manager's speech to Sitter 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task is to report to me what the manager says. And that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Pray thee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstances is a welcome one. It's simply that the irrationality of and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this is not some willful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, Badger, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the one monitoring the entirety of the 5 prolonged assault operation, and Center Force familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOS. House of Spiders right away. You have assisted me enough. I think Ryoshu's just doing this just to fuck with Hohenheim. Ryoshu never change. Never change. Okay, it's bad if he's actually swallowing his pride and asking Faust for help. Yeah, after all this shit that went down, I have a feeling she is just trying to screw with him. Sure. Although not a word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member. Seeing me tilt my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Was Kira the, robot girl, or was that the, adorable little, gremlin from the middle? I can't remember. The piss hole Lime led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. Just out of curiosity, what sound does a cat make? I am not going to make that noise, Scorpion. It was either you or someone else who tried to get me to do it before and I refused. No. You know what sound a cat makes. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common throughout enough in the city, and facilities of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in a reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable? Huh. Do I ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? The windowless room, thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. why couldn't they just give her an HP bullet? Those things that just heal you as long as you're not dead for too long. Why didn't they just use that? Seems like they'd be able to, a company like this would have stuff on hand like that. We had some ampules, unless we used up our supply of ampules in the House of Spiders. Also cute. Cute tummy. Cute. Kira was sitting on the bed in the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisections, she doesn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the center's shared vision. Well, one, wood. Two, she is unbelievably cute. We need more of this. We need more of this. She gives us a little peek at her tummy, but we need more of this. She was captured alive for for experimentation. I hope not. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes. How far along is the process of the extraction? Hasn't begun, actually. We were waiting until the lines of information that warranted questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged with analyzing the documents and undiscovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's she even doing here? There is work to be done. Contingent upon information obtained only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion of the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Technically, they could order us just to be eaten into living again. That's very much possible. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental, though. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. So basically what you're saying is that you want... Yeah, I would like to see some very base fan art of her. Yes, I would not be opposed from this. Also, that's an awesome scar. Without such a forecast, the company's parts, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room. Even at half of their current numbers. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining the uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its project's income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be recommendation of immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way of words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it was almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right in where it hurts. Oh, what, Kira? Wait, there is. Hold up, Well, I see one of Dawn, not Kira. And Ryoshu. His bullshit. Oh, nope, I found her. I found it. Never mind. It looks like the Zenless Zone Zero girl. This outfit. I found it. I'm dead beat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's like you're gonna let me live not after I killed a bazillion of you guys. So you anticipate some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities in the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the Great Brother of the Middle. Those two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through the intermediary steps such as this. Even at resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulation, and of course, procedures utilize distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I hope that we share a similar Don't make me again look small, damn it! You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to enjoy myself today. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Holdheim stepped to the other room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone wanted to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Oh, did they really just let her keep her weapons? Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by... Matt something. I don't even know. I don't know how to pronounce this shit. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me. Through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family, coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out by his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker, he was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being this brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the ST for the bowl cut too. Same taste, oh, Ryoshu. Could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for a fix? I quickly clapped the hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I could shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. Not so bad. That actually worked. Fixes who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. The ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day, and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you taking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like Sink, that's so random, who even says that? Ryoshu didn't bother to reply, and simply chewed on the mouth end of a cigarette. But is this really the right call to her? People she probably needs to settle the score with. Or probably people she needs to settle a score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us. Besides, no better hear it. Besides, no, better hear it from her instead. They tell me why Matthias? Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Ha. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was something. Looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy to us. Fishy on us. I mean, she's cute, so I want her to live. Okay, I'll be the random researcher she butchered. She's cute and I want her to live. Yeah, I know how that works.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
Cannot deploy. Okay, let me figure out who else. Okay.
책임은 뭐 나를 불렀나?
그러든가.
I did not mean to take you off of the. No, you get back as that.
시선. 내가 움직여야 하나?
이 떨림.
Also, Robot Faustus, would. I don't know how I would, but would. I'm trying to see who else might have a bonus. And it seems like you would out of all of them. I'm not sure why he's got a bonus. Apparently he does. I think those are the only two that have a bonus.
드디어 내 차례냐?
이 떨림.
드디어
내가 움직여야 하나?
H 형님과 양양이
소재가 준비됐어?
Okay, is there support? Is there one for a background character I don't need, like Mersault? Okay, where's Mersault? Oh, 40%. Okay, yeah, one of my friends has a business support. I can use that for a little extra bonus points. Cool.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Get another drink. Only a few days passed since our last visit, but this place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Inside of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed around the back rooms. Pray thee, who might those people thither be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Holdheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. 1 second. Okay, we're good. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is Team Leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company, a corporation partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasions, been referred to as the new and aspiring W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember that company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen. And while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations until frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand the field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. I was not expecting someone as dirty looking as that in that suit. Wow. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Backdoor Team 4. Likewise, before Faust could even replay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was singing to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Badger Dante, of Limbus Company and the bus team's performance. You capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits are nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be a distortion resolving specialist to the public. But what's that product about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh. Are you an interpreter? In that case, I'll Be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Tails didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Holodheim. He was referring to the Monolith Sales Project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumors spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand that you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about these back doors, about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Holodheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that back door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets? Any more details? You could stop Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all you've got for real? For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Damn! Ugh. That Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily. Well, no, they apparently get strength from their tattoos, and she's lost a good chunk of them, apparently. This one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there, blinking eyes around in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, was the motion of the punch itself somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, and the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? The hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Non-Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assured the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Allen. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilizing a Wayfarer company. Let us resume the task at hand. It would actually be of some use to tell us what they're actually talking about. Sidoriyoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood, but NHI, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we could provide. Well, that suffice. We now know that the door is likely connected to a perceivable area. That's a big improvement in terms of intel in the Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space between human perception past these doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sidoriyoshu mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon the elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. And procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the fuck? This is some kind of wildlife exhibit. It seems fairly normal and some kind of normal-ish given its Project Moon's universe. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. Felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet and air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. That looks like the whale from, Ishi's Kanto. After a moment, someone shouted the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is insane! That's the whale from the 8 Association's Great Lakes special issue. Yeah, it looks like the pallid whale. Kira seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed a bit of energy in her voice. Man, Sig in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elo solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lakes whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Oh, okay, so it's not the same. I just thought it was because the eye looked the same. I mean, it's smaller, obviously, but... Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh, though. Wobo Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. It still looks crazy sick though, and the vibe really hits. Even when she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? I really hope she stays alive in Sweet Seymour River. I like the cute ones, but they keep dying. I really hope she survives this. I really do. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't... Tepes. Oh. Oh, we actually get to see some of the other families of the, Blood Fiends? I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Also, hello and welcome. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items linked to a more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention. The body parts, like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from a human body. I know. I think she's definitely a little more than cute too. But every time when I look at her, I just can't forget just how much of a gremlin she actually is. So at least because of that, she looks a little bit more cute to me. She just looks a little more cute to me just because just looking at her, I know we've seen what kind of a gremlin she is. So I can't help but see her in that way. It's just a cute gremlin. Despite what she's wearing, although I am not complaining. It's a gallery. Also, I swear they made her a little bit taller. Like, most of the other students were, I think even the way they made her look and the way they made her look and when she was actually in the fight, she looked significantly smaller than the other sinners. But now they're making her look more normal-sized. Kira and Rize would be good friends. Wait, Rize? Oh, the Blue Archive girl! Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I could actually see them actually getting along. I can see the brain. I can see the brain rot unfolding in real time if they actually ever met. Oh my god! If there's ever a Blue Archive collab with this game, they need Kira to meet Reese. They need to have those two characters meet. That'd just be an overwhelming amount of brain rot and gremlin energy. Also, I am extremely tired from donating plasma, so I'm a little bleh feeling right now, so I apologize. A school of Favism. The main vocabulary looks small, damn it. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's and the auction house. Altar in the auction house. Alan. We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. We already had 2 Limbus April Fool's events that reference BA. It's just a matter of time. 2. Ignore that random ass hiccup. Wait, we had 2? I know about the original one where Virgil was a Rhoda, and oh my god, when I saw that shit, I thought that was like, I could not process that information. When I saw Virgil acting as a Rhoda, I thought I was having some kind of fever dream or something. But I know that was the first one, but when do we have another Blue Archive reference? But I've been saying this from the beginning, that first April Fool's event was a prophecy for what is going to unfold. And I am going to sit back with a bucket of popcorn and watch the Western Limbus Company fan base just melt down over Blue Archive. Let's face it, there's going to be people who are going to throw a fit about that, and it's going to be funny. The last one when Dante was a kindergarten teacher. Oh, yeah. I didn't think that referenced Blue Archive. I thought that was just giving Dante a taste of real hell. And quite possibly to the players as well, because Virgil was not with him when we saw that at the end. I didn't think that was a reference to Blue Archive. I thought that was just Dante having a mental breakdown. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous Rosef closed in somewhere nearby. What the fuck? Turning toward us, sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here! It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate a lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, the one of the strangers who wore a more peculiar bone mask stepped towards us. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. Came through that door. Then the House of Spiders' fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. No, I'm pretty sure Ryoshu's sword just caused a slight case of dementia, and she just doesn't remember you. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into raw, still thrashing flesh of live prey, and the predator's ferocious yet carnivorous resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benote? Was it? I don't know how to pronounce your name, dude. That's right. Emil, as they say. You can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Excuse me. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. I can read. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with Maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out for the purpose to buy us time. Lockdown sequencing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim. Lockdown sequence. Don Quixote. Evan chewing the ring members. And incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint in her shenanigans. I'm afraid the process and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this suitable juncture for a trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, okay, Hohenheim, that's going to spiral into a problem we are not prepared for. Not without Virgil here to save our skins with the aftermath. Maybe. Also, wouldn't the solution be for her to make a couple kindreds? Like, wouldn't that actually fix the whole she loses control problem? Maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Gantiyochi's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he's about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw that she was looking at what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade. Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a Maestro's death is any different. We need to fill another Manchland to get rid of. I thought that maybe just making a couple of them might be enough to at least help her not immediately lose her shit. Like, not completely fix the problem, but enough for her to at least maintain some control. Telling him what were you... And again, I will never understand. Don Quixote, not our Don, the the second kindred, wanted to be a fixer. That was his whole thing. And didn't want to feed on human blood, so they're using that hemo bars or whatever. If he wanted to be a fixer so bad, why the hell did he not go into the outskirts or something and just be a fixer? There's plenty of poor people out there who can't afford a fixer to deal with problems with monsters or whatever out there, or protection or whatever it is they need. And all they have to do is charge the blood, since they don't really have a need for money. And just deal with whatever problem they're hired to deal with, like a mercenary, but charging for blood instead of money. I am sure that would have worked just fine in the outskirts where... I don't understand why he didn't just become a fixer. Why did he have to go do all that funky stuff? Like, legitimately, they would have had the blood to sustain them. And they could have been just fine as fixers, and powerful ones, too. I don't know. I thought his whole thing was a little silly. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically in a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them, it is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is a wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman Li Hing as Li Hing, and do as you did in HC Mansion. Oh wait, I just remembered, her sword looks different now. I wonder if it still has that problem of just completely shattering her memories when she uses it. I wonder if this thing still actively causes dementia or not. I'll take care of the rest. Alright, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Doesn't it, with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of an exhibition only houses submissions from the students and docents. Docents? But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is a gallery for the school of... Stop making my vocabulary look small, damn it! And mine, the gallery of Emile, which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight. If possible, a shame. Still, we are talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock of the House of Spires used to bind Arayashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, are they false? Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil, and a shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts for a moment, the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spires a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give you the same predictable answers: a deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's... lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then sees a thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked to the chin, linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not to bone, but ligaments allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps it should have said I admired their structural refinement. A thrice-coiled ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bone. The symbol. What the hell is that? This brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plugged her arm into a long serpent body of a monster. Sheer presence radiated a pleasure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. It sounds like she's pulling something similar to what Godric did with the dragon head. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim is a lockdown secret still not ready. 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hesitantly brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow... Shit. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm. With her still sheathed blade. Still sealed blades. Kira! Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Oh, it is kind of like Godric the Grafted. Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha, you must be the new kit Matthias took in. Why did you stand in my way? Look, if I know, I'm already regretting it already. Damn it. They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So, the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheath with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benot's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with a monstrous limb, but... Huh? Background noise. Yeah, it's nothing. 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow these a glimpse of the badass from the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed throughout the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed their arms with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sputter of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Rated shall lock out sequence immediately upon your exit. Everyone on the door. Faust. Retrieve the organic ruminants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit, what's Don Quixote? The students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would have meant having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... UTTM wants to get cleaved in half again. You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. For more than a few students rushed to the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you could still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to get cross-formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I called from the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. Huh, I guess so. Ready for orders, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call when it, and wherever. Hang on, I need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Oh, so it's actually giving us so it's actually just giving us an ability that we can't actually. So it is just giving us an ability we don't have control over. Okay. This is a bit of a struggle. Okay, defense, counter. In a while since I've had basic jobbers giving you a hard time. Oh, wait, hold up. I saw two of Faust.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Yeah, it should be good.
옳다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
나쁘지 않아요. 이제야 힘이 됐네요.
다들 첫 여경을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는데도 지금 감회가 새로워요.
It's been a while since actual basic jobbers were actually hurting.
왜냐면 예술을.
Would.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
I mean, I've got a ton of sinners on backline, all 3 stars, so I think I'm fine. There's a lot of shit going on at once, it's hard to keep up with. Okay.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Ouch. Okay. Got it. Just beating the shit out of him with.
신경 쓰면서 싸우는 게 좋은 것
Damn.
같아요.
아, 기다려봐. 치료하기에 적당한 제품이 어디 있을 텐데. 나선 속을 벗어날 수 없는 폭풍열 80.
검을 뚫을 줄 아는 건 많다. 그 검에 길이 있는지가 중요할 뿐.
경외감
마음에
속에
들면
숨.
들었다. 솔직히 말해.
As I swear for Kodar comes barreling in, this is gonna be funny.
해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지는 시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
저것들 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Everything looks good.
이제야 친해졌네요.
꿰뚫려라.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We merely beset by ill luck. If you had just listened to me and picked the other door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Why even drag me in if this is... Why would you even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD, what's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Sinclair translation. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. Oh, hello, Elder Star. Thank you. Thank you again. Means a lot. Hello, Elder. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Crap. Crap. How the hell do I do shoutouts? It's S. Crap. I forgot. Shit. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I have viewers on Twitch. Actually, well, Limbus Company doesn't really usually do well anyway. I just do this one for fun. No. I forget how to shout out. God damn it. Anyway, how you doing, Elder? How you doing? Sorry if I sound a little bleh. Plasma donation took more out of me than I anticipated, and I am out of it. I am done. Oh, those... It don't matter. Limbus Company don't do well anyway. No space between... I don't understand. How do I shout out on Twitch? I'm just gonna Google it. How do I shout out on Twitch? Okay, oh, it's slash shout out. Then space username. Okay. God, okay. There we go. That matters because I don't have viewers at the moment. Limbus Company does not do well, but hello, Elder. I hope you're doing well. The odds of completing the first door of an exhibition without any casualties is under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Did we unsplatter Dawn yet? She got slammed against the door with so much force she just got completely obliterated. Did we fix her yet, or is she still splattered? We might want to get on that. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. They won't be able to cross over anymore with this door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. What are you saying? More might come? Why is the bird waving at me? And why a crow? Oh, that's a raven. The corridors and back doors have... Hold on a moment. Sorry, I'm really not feeling well at the moment. I mean, I usually feel bad after plasma donation, but this is particularly bad. What quarters? Dude, go to bed! No! I refuse. Because I want to play Limbus Company. Even if this is what... Don't push yourself... I refuse, Elder. Just because Limbus Company doesn't do well doesn't mean I'm not going to play it. I want to play it. I want to play it. You're not going to stop me. You are not going to stop me. I am not saying not to play. Well, too bad. Oh, I can literally just click on you and shout you out. I don't need to do the typing thing. Oh. I just found that out. But if you're not feeling well, you should take care of yourself. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. If I'm going to feel awful, I might as well at least feel awful having fun than just sitting there feeling bad. Besides, I have done far, far worse, Elder, don't you worry. The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If you've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltrations. No need to concern yourselves over much. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Elder. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would have moved on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush from a surprise attack, though. Even that Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? Okay, so we did unsplatter Dom. That's good. The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has the House of has secured the House of Spiders. The possibility of additional traps beyond the back door and the like. Once all backdoor related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to permit a block of any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint was seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? You know, it being actually possessed by her daughter might actually make perfect sense. I would not be surprised even in the slightest if this turns out to be the case. Because it was her that rebound her to Dante after she had gone berserk. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching. As though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly lifting it toward the back door. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge, an enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. Its presence... This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another experimentation of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead and attack. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of work for me to do while you're away, too. We are to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Let's see. Nah, I was gonna go and see if I could, if my ruptured team had more of a better setup for these guys, but nah, I'm not gonna do that. How many do I need for? I think it's 1,000 for the ID, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going for the ID first. Then the pulls, and after that I'll go for all the extra bonus stuff. So that is very concerning that they just have back doors that can open and attack us. Like at any moment, any one of these groups could flood in through any one of these portal door things. The amount... Sorry to not talk about the streamed game, but did you watch the BAPV7 yet? The amount of lore discussions and... Look at every detail's gone big. I have seen a couple CGs from it, but I don't know much about I don't know much about it, no. And I don't mind you talking about Blue Archive or other games. I don't care. I haven't seen the PV yet. I have seen a couple CGs snipped from it, but I haven't seen a whole lot. Isn't it also called, isn't it for a new volume, volume 0 or something? So I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick because I just downed a bottle of water, and yeah. Nature sucks. I will be right back, everybody. Wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Now I'll be right back. Also, I'm gonna go take some nausea stuff as well. Okay, I'm back, and suddenly I feel really, really chilly. Like, when I was going to the... Oh, it's connected to my phone. It's not connected to the computer. Crap. Whoops. Nope. One moment. Yeah, I was walking to the fridge, get a little bit of a snack in my water, and all of a sudden I just felt really, like, shaky chilly. It's 70 degrees, I had no idea why that's happening. Our discussion gone wild. Oh, also, the Odyssey Maritime School and KSDF Fire Department were shown. I completely forgot. I remember hearing them name mentioned, but I completely forgot about the KSPD. I think I heard their name mentioned somewhere. Or was the game or someone else telling me? I don't know. Yeah, so how you doing, Last Echo? Wonder if that's a side effect of me being slightly sick after donating. Plasma, if that's what that is. Because I am, like, shivering for some reason, just out of nowhere. Right as I was walking to go get to the fridge, suddenly I just felt really cold. I'm sure it's fine. I'm awake. That's good. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. There's not, and I'm pretty sure Hohenheim just set it up. This was a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Prayer. It did not exist prior in the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomenon observed during the operation. Irregular phenomenon? For an example. Research subjects such as a spectral analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Center 11's sign of and the manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounded him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sitters who had tagged along earlier to either watch or show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim. How long will the examination take? From what the center's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the least. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed, it almost felt like a child trembling. It moved again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair, then wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, and an unexpected figure behind a pillow caught my eye. It was Vespa Cabro Crabro. I'm just gonna say Vespa. With a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief. Ah, manager. Khan snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. Verg, kick his ass. God, just dragging him in. Just into something he doesn't want to deal with. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers at, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. As they would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen? Karen, super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super fast bitter candy. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Poop mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Kieran forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Thanks for sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Julius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Kieran peeled that snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this. Do not, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such a trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off the another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute! I was saving that for later! God damn it, I assume you were being picky. She is anything but picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Hey, Rhodia, in all fairness, he saved our asses. He deserves us earlier. He deserves food. He took my snacks too. Verg, kick his ass. I'm Rodion Romanovich? I actually never seen her last names before. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Chill. That tote's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. Ugh. She said the thing. The lines on Virgilius's brow looked deeper than usual today. Oh my, the poor guy's just getting dragged to all kinds of shit when he does it. He just looks like he's just trying to relax. Hoping to help him out this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. They get a smashing budget. The company seems like a good place to work for it. No. Let's echo. No, I would rather be working with Shiroko Terror and Friend than I would this company. No. No. Do we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? I am getting dizzy. Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came of it. The observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, Manager and Sinclair, due to limited access of the phenomenon is verifiable information as so far it's been the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching of that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the stairs can actually see the sign. The same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. Snacking budget, no, last day. I'm pretty sure this company is poor. So it's not a good thing, but no, this is an awful place. The snacks are not worth it. I don't care if they're treating me at a 5-star restaurant on a daily basis. The snacks are not worth this company. No, do not. It is a bad idea. I'd rather the sky turn red than it go anywhere near this place. Same would go for researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for a comparative analysis and statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research efforts is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Oh yeah, Sanson had a sign. Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Sinclair was on par with a color. I don't think just anybody can do that, even Sonia. I should step in and put it into this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of the light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer or Sanson's dragging us into his story. Those could be it. That doth seem plausible. So, none of that information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion on the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wide speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, the bit about the sign may be some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precious position of the hypothesis was the fundamental principles the signs working may be equivalent to those singularities or relics. As no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means in which the hypothesis may be validated. I see, then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm kidding, just thought I'd try going along with the mood. Sinclair... Respect. Respect for the little miniature guilt trip there. Respect. Yeah, old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately for the better, I think. Yeah, he is slowly but surely growing a spine. So did anything happen that we should be worried about? I stuck close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, small skin sample, Now checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensation you felt when you were regaining consciousness. And your memories from that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Val said that they only exist in my future self, so... Wait. But for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. Such a case. Sinclair, that Sinclair is merely one branch of among possible futures. In the future, unflurs into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, something, then the body of information that consists of certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust to diminish to whatever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. So that is the theory. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Time, magic, and fusion. Yeah. You know, honestly, the dude should have just said that. What's his name? What is his name? I legitimately forgot. Yiseng. Yeah, Yiseng could have just said that. He could have just said time, magic, confusion, and that would have been enough. There you go again, more of that nonsense, only you a lot understood. Oi, memory or not, the future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like a minuscule, like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out a trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly, too. What, the glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, what exactly is a glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe a technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough, one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique gear, something like that. Well, no, Virgil had one of those ring things around his weapon. and they can just manifest that, I think. There's a thing you can just learn, it seems. Look at it, that black Connie leader, that Li Hing prick, and the nurse fodder we fought, a whole lot of them's finger, aren't they? The notion seems to unravel from even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it. And Virgilus, too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze to Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I had a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers saith thou. Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how to tips really spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tricks, that super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid was really popping off with it. Straight up aura formed with a shiny Meng wrapped around his weapon. It must be mine eyes are yet to privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, are you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on a videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many weeks I have been stranded from Mephi, receiving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Now, woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. Why don't we just ask Virgil or Vespa to teach us? Wait, did Vespa use one? I can't remember. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its user a high degree of physical enhancement. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthetics and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself is a little bearing on the one's ability to wield Shin. Oh, nice! I have Shin, 2 of them, in fact. Wrong Shin, Last Echo. These are infinitely better than your weak flesh. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Oh yeah, the one that one spazzy, playful girl. The name that she kind of forced on Vespa. Oh no, hers was like B or something like that? Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Wait, didn't Ezra give him, like, a cute nickname or something? Well, it fits, I think. He uses those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon, too. Can he argue with that? If we were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yi Sing's pre-contact self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen at this point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Ah. Poor guy. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on a particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. I dropped an earbud, it fell out of my ear, one moment. Where'd it go? It's behind me. I found it. Earbud literally fell out of my ear and I almost lost it. Shame that would have been useful. I mean, it still would be. We have identities that could probably use it. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked, as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Meng. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without the stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to yes or no, then yes. You would be able to learn it with the proper odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because manager and the sinners treat you with leniency. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgil said that I could argue with. Here had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together not contesting that the decision didn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slip back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Come on, give me violence! One moment. To present the conclusion first, no. The notion of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. The ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Yoshu grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts that gave us both a tinge of sadness and hope. The scabbard has its own will. Does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It's too premature to deliberate on that matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it could be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that reconstruction of the original corporal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. The researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread of something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshu's memories, though, again, that too is merely a possibility. Far more practical avenue for you is to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the Ring Nurse Father's quarters. That would be all. Hohenheim cut himself off, clamping his mouth shut, as a further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he's constructed in our conversation. Alright, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it's pretty clear to me that they had been intently listening on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forget the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking on which backdoor where each backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Well, yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully so you cause even a slightest harm to the executive manager, and you will be held accountable without exception. Sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it's better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor, and that was a close call. Ozen Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. You recognize my loyalty, your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betrayal. Oh, my mic's muted. Whoops. I have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing your safety. So you're a hag enjoyer too? You mean Otis? So you're a hag enjoyer too, I see. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. I don't know. I'd rather have Ishmael or Faust. I am much more fond of those two. Not... Don too. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy that better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you could just summon the rest of us like you did earlier. If shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once I have found closure. I don't think it could be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always just summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Of course I'm a hag enjoyer. I like Kazunoha. That's a lollibaba. I would not consider that a hag. But I see your point. Yay! Violence! And Gregor is still MIA because he turned into the Lord of Flies. And even went toe-to-toe with Virgil, if I remember correctly. That is not good for us.
잘 됐네.
The Baba Grandma implies hag. I know, but I don't hold Lollibaba and hag in the same boat. Hag is what I'd consider Otis, the grown woman. And Lollibaba, well, obviously Lolly, but old. I consider them two different things, okay? You've arrived. You've arrived. I was waiting for you. We shifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading to the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter alternate doors you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? You're saying you have more to tell about the gates? Doors? Yep. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hyped about some canned, whatever it is. What? N-Corp candle. I feel like I should know this. What? Okay, I couldn't find it with canned experience. The fuck allows the consume. It allows the consumer to experience suicide without actually dying. What the fuck? I don't remember this shit. I assume it could be used for other things too, but why is that the first thing it showed me? It was dated back in February, so it's some other information is already known. I am a cute girl enjoyer, to be clear. Haruka, my beloved. Anchovy, Girls Room Panzer. And Hazan of Serenity Fate. Okay, you know what? Fair, but for Fate waifus, I'd much rather Kuro von Einsburn. And I am still annoyed that in the original visual novel for Fate's Stay Night, Ilya was initially supposed to have her own route. They had art. They had, like, concept art and everything of it. Why did they have to scrap it? I would rather have her than Sakura. If time was the problem. And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa would go in there to cross out vengeances. From the book said it's probably a turf protected by the thumb, subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, she offered only vague snippets about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even though someone as clueless about the back door as me. And she's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after the Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Aaron tinkered with devices around him. Flash a couple of doors with blue lights. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Let's just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. I just reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, and Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize this door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. The memory just now could be tied to Araya. Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located in a nest, most likely a park. Every saw walking here is dragging some animal along. That means they've got money to burn. Proper ritual at this place. The walk that past the Ryoshu mentioned in her memory. Inside, people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and the voice, the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Seru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Seru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. I am so glad we wiped out this place for hurting the dog. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. I know, want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Seru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. You can go right now. Yoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. Now, as far as a kid, really, such gentleness doth seem unlike thee, young Ryoshu. Hey, Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? Hey, I don't get a choice in the matter. I didn't volunteer for this shit. No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Get good. Fuck you, Ryoshu. Back at the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means, why are y'all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? I guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Dayu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Seru will be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. But looking back, I might have been kinder fate had she just died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how could such wickedness be born? What happened to Seru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was a day when Seru stopped whimpering in pain and I just shut myself in my room crying. You were not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the argument, the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he could give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called Beastbone Blade, a Tonto that would whine in the elven Seru's voice with every swing. You know what? That is fucking evil. I always knew there was something creepy with that Robo-Unk. So, that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Seru. Now, Tonto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, right? Hutter, that psycho. Your eyes were embedded in, like an... They just stared at me in accusation. A tiny heartbeat it was quaking in fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking of hearing all that. Why'd you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you want to steer clear, yeah? And those things called artworks are also cursed straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the Outer Ring artworks outside of Albina and her nurse fathers. So maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, and their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet I learned more. There are some facets that suited my taste. Now, if I just appeal in those grotesque creations, from what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never accept the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? What do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for it. Scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of Outer Ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of clothing, lost in thought. Right here, they used to be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh no. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there. Let me make a nice thumbnail for next time. I thought I told you to keep that exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of whatever larger scale this installation of art of somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. And dear Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it, me acquiring a taste, doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Seru? No, too big to be Seru. Lacerated memory, Well, lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see this hollow void, it must be Araya. The sensation of emotion for what's been emptied began to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with the small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors, and Helen pointed out. Unfortunately, none of the places ended up stirring Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the... How'd we get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead. Figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before? Did thou not say thou hadst sealed the door earlier? How did these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. I love that nickname she gave Callisto, Robo-Unk. I kind of like that name. Huh, does his artwork possess a value in of itself? Or is it just a case of... Somebody who's the worst, I cannot just stand, damn it, premium of death effect. Think about it. Some pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. Imagine how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting these objectives for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm Wayfarer and the LCU personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, it looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio buzzed with the sinner's replies. This time, but it should be fine. It didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine.
위험을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Oh, holy shit. Wait, did I just bring everybody? Oh, no, it's just the ones okay, I saw an extra one here. I saw more than 7. I thought I brought everybody, but no, it's just her. What could she even do? Totally badass ass kicking. Some barreling. Crossing Dervish. The fuck kind of name is that? I'll get you back for this. Hey, Sandy. Okay, Faust, you shield. Don Quixote, block. Everyone else is fine. I really hope we get to see more of her. I really hope nothing happens to her at the end of this.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자. 물론
Okay, you're struggling again.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Everything else looks fine.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow!
아, 완전 과감한 판단이었어요.
이것쯤은
좀 마시라니까.
그래도 완전 다른 판단이었던 건 사실이네요.
꿰뚫려라.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요. 그만둘 생각이 없어 보이네요. 저분이 포기하지 않는 건 악에 바친 고집 때문일까요? 아니면 차마
Okay,
내려놓을
you're
수 없는
struggling, you blocked. You're struggling again, you block.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
따뜻한.
No, I'm really not a fan of these just quick eliminate battles.
꿰뚫려라.
옳다.
경외감 속에 숨어.
Okay, good hit.
전투 감각 하나만 수감자가 훌륭하게 나군. 이제 도둑은 알아들을 수
I like
없는
having her on our team. She's actually a useful ally.
새로운 수감자.
시선에 눈.
Definitely a lot better than fighting her. Although she is definitely nerfed. Well, the actual reason for her being nerfed because she lost some of her tattoos or whatever.
저 수감자는 기억해두겠습니다. 면담에서 취하할 만한 위생이 있을 때 언급하는 것도 상부의 지시인지.
이게 통일했나요?
Everything's going perfect so far.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 총통도 익숙해지셨네요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이건 치명상이네요.
꿀을 턱을 마실까?
전투가 끝난 뒤 시계를 돌려주시지 않으면 치료가 어렵겠죠.
예술을.
위기를 극복하고 시련을 헤쳐나가는 해결사에 대한 로망은 가득했습니다.
Too many voices at once.
하지만 고의로 이런 상황을 만드는 건 제발 그만두시면 안 됩니까?
Ryoshi's not doing too well.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Holy shit, I forgot about the AoE.
다들 첫 여정을
And we
시작했을
won.
때보다
We won this turn.
내일 보아하니 여기서 이런 공격이 잘
Entering combat makes her zip up the jacket. Huh.
나쁘지 않아요.
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라.
I think that's just more of them not wanting to make a custom sprite just because she has it unzipped now. But yep, so it would seem. I just had a random thought of... Okay, so in Episode 0, Nongguang showed that she has a little bit of a weakness with her tummy being exposed to that she is extremely ticklish. Like, Suna just reaching real quick just caused her to spaz out and jump up. It'd be funny if Kira had a similar weakness and that's why she zips up the jacket. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Yoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but those were the... But who... Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of them sod-legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else? When the tracking logs recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appeared to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation of the corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall. The one filled with batches of toys on display, your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, information to share in advance. This guy looks sketchy as fuck. We are planning to compile the comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all their connections. The Lucky? Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an internal struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it, like she just locked into a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like, hello stuff. Some new parts are kinda fuzzy, Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing, not ever once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragmented at best. Never gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move forward to the corridor of the middle.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
Oh, yay,
마음을
violence!
잃지 않게. 그리고 제
I forgot to keep borrowing or
잃지 않게 하자.
Vacades. I don't know what the hell this is. Brr. Anyway, I keep forgetting to borrow, that one identity that gives me a sizable bonus.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
The heck, they swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Footnote, they're half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video games, categories. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only in a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LC researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're gonna set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? As soon as the moment she caught Kira's wistful look, the corners of her lips curled within a faint smile. She spoke with fraying nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive of the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want. The two doors were made from paper and wood. They connect to escort. And the one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp Backstreet's where, having lived here and made frequent use of this door herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore. Led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan. Let me check the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I knew there wasn't anything new, but I gotta say, those back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals, too. It ain't doing anything shady like warp trains either, is it? Yours is simple as turning a knob and entering. Seems like you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the convenience sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since you intend was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corps, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said, while it has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information you have provided us, you understand that the Wayfarers Company primarily service include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers of our employees. Some never return embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities. Those exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear to in the liminal space between paths. It all costs a pretty penny to keep secure path well secure. I'd say our operation cost is rather steep, on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a no location with his helmet off. Must have been one of his precautions just in case. His dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. So other work's gotten considerably easier for the job thanks to help from everyone here. This partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. And it's a door Papa used to walk through all the time. Followed here into the door, the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose, on one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area. It seems... Welcome to the U-Corp Giant Singularity Port Ship. Singularity, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that place, isn't it? The port ship that has Ceylon do the private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh my god, I jokingly said watch Ricardo or something show up at random ass time. It's gonna be now if it's gonna happen. Oh, doth it signify, then, that we shall finally be made audience with young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious. Quit it with that luscious nonsense, alas. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldn't thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Aye, bugger it. I still love how Dawn has full memories of when she was a blood fiend and everything. And this whole act that she puts on is just an act, just kind of gaslighting people at times. Like she did with Sinclair to speak up when he really shouldn't have. back during the whole, I can't remember which incident it was. I think it had something to do with Hong Lu. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Oh, sweet. Then, can I use them? We were regulars at that place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... what am I even yapping about? All excited. He seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unesthetic VC. The hex of BC. Bullet. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. How are you doing this wonderful morning, Snake? Questionable. That is how I am doing, cause plasma donation completely stopped me clean of energy. For some reason, Yosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronyms. It was reminiscent of the self-satisfied look she gave after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during her early days on our bus trip. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair Translated became reliable enough, Sanos had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me she might be making her acronyms ridiculously complicated and incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along at first, but I more or less played along and the more I got into it. So corny and juvenile as shit, though. New animal, Great One Hunter Call of the Wild is a roe deer, and I have given it a nickname Snake, aka bullshit, Scorpion. You ain't hunting me. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Oh my god, Don would actually know about this perfectly. So I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Yeah, he'd tell me all about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know. Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized he'd never understood the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, it just happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out his ass again. Huh? No way, brother. Bro, I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me about how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, "I'm off to school, Dad," in the video. So I'm pretty dang sure. Wildfire, great one. Wildfire, great one. What? But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her, so much of her memory was mutilated. It sure didn't sound like she was denying it. I heard some. Why wildfire? Great one. No, she didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she had never been to school and had never wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene of her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. The fuck? I am not beautiful. You take that shit back. Yo! Who's this new character? She's not new. She is an adorable gremlin. With a pinch of hotness to her. If you mean the one in the coat. With the white hair. Very well. Also, hi, casual. The new girl has a color scheme of a Twitch icon. The buff girl, yeah, I mean, she's not really buff. She got some muscles. She's got a good muscle tone to her, but I wouldn't call her buff. Yep, she is someone who basically got bisected by the person she called Papa, and it was reconstructed at our headquarters or whatever it is, and while initially kind of a prisoner of war type deal, being made to give us information is slowly coming around on her own. That is Kira of the middle. Very well, Yoshihide, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. I could have sworn that Ryoshu was in a school at one point. I thought we saw that in her canto. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring Academy. You sure it was a school and not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Arts. Now she muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. The Great One the Wildfire Great One Rodeer is so beautiful. Well, then it's not me. And it should not remind you of me. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ryoshu, damn! And lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Lolly Ryoshu! Dad, how do I go to a school? School? Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution where a nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to be much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formula something educational system. Yeah, but and that's one hell of a parent figure. The fuck no. Fuck that guy and everybody in the House of Spiders. Screw all of them. We're all a bunch of assholes. I would rather find our unique... Also, for Kira, wood. Already read that. Whoops. But... Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I, don't have friends here. Reen and his pointless... but it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through a group education that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? You know what's like? I take back. You remind me of the Melon's Pronghorn? What? Really? That really was me reading that, not to you. But the what? I didn't send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. It was an academy of art, Sub-Zero of the Ring, championship with other children approximately her age will nourish the spirit and inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you certain of that? To elaborate, if you can, hand a puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. Why do you even know of choice of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, it's not quite it. It's more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspectives on beauty. Of course I would when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose. All the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. The fuck? Our list today will focus on corporists' techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. When the mannequins before you weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Right, I don't get what the point of this slog is, trying to shape blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cabot's technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's, yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What, aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I don't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did, either. It's just that I was taught to dislike... That's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early. Oh, man, you must have been playing rough today. You got dust all over. I got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, and I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad. Where are you going? Oh, you know, just some business stuff to just got some business to take care of. Oh my god, it's gonna turn into another Anakin Younglings incident, isn't it? Oh god. Oh, that's just wonderful. Please show it in detail. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home before you know it. Okay, is it road business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods that learn respect. Let's beat it into them. I think he turned them into skid marks on the wall. If only he'd been simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa? I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Damn! I mean, he looks like a badass doing it, but damn. Yep. Yep, it's a youngling's incident, isn't it? I'm willing to bet none of them survived. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already, my diligent little girl? Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'd be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Heathcliff, I don't think they got to learn... No. No, they didn't. Most sane Japanese learning environment. I know. I said... Oh my god. Damn. Yeah. And there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark, and that's an arm for you. As for the instructor, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job at keeping these under, I don't know what that word is, under control. In that case, punishment of Title 2, Section 52 of the book. Execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? Okay, so he might not have killed them all, he might have just started chopping limbs. Slightly better, but not by much. You like that, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Oh, I didn't show it. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna Yoshihide. I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. Oh. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. Oh, I've legitimately never heard that word. I've never seen it typed out before, and I had no idea what the hell it was. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hope he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spires made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I know that could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. Miss Scabbard, switched, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment, appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine, but Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by a golden bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything that for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we knew, the ring nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, I didn't know that Robo-Unc was such a radical guy. He sent you to academy like you wanted, and even got angry on your behalf. Oh, hazy memories almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads. Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Okay, so he didn't just cut off arms like he said he would, he just straight up, yep, Youngling Slayer 9000, again, all over again. Thinking back, it was just so excuse of an art. He sorely mistaken if he thought that some low-effort bullshit like that could never make me feel better. But that's the truth. And only the truth. About what? Hmm? I'm swaying if you as a Nick. I can be just as much of a dick as I can be kind if I want to. Ugh. Could have spared us the details, alas. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gotta get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it. Look there. Those bloats are walking out of the saloon. Aren't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in a different district of the city, especially that of their scale. However, various evidence such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene, bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. Or we certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. So you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, they gave... Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through that door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it'll be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through along before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we conclude that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to the zone under the syndicates of a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight them here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before they began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Violence! Yay! This is gonna be my last one for the day, unless the next one's a fight too. Oh, hey, it's all favored. That's rare.
미워하고는
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
Watch there be some curveball where a high-ranking person comes barreling through that door. Because there's still that thing with that snake arm that pulled a Godric the Grafted
분이 보이네요.
moment for phase 2. That's not gonna be fun to fight. Seeing as just a flick of that arm was able to be splattered on, so I really hope we don't gotta fight him under fair circumstances.
연단이 떠올랐어요.
엎드리도록.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군.
Everything looks good.
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로.
I mean, it's a drag to win, so I can't imagine anything too tough is gonna come our way. Also, bleed doesn't seem to be affecting these guys when we clash, interestingly enough. You need to look up and some means of bleed. It doesn't seem to be affecting them. At least not as much. I think that time it did. Okay, no, that one did. Weird.
이제야 힘이 됐나요?
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
Before hitting a target does not have bleed inflicted +3. There's nothing showing that they would have immunity or resistance to it. It's definitely having an effect that normally don't have. It always seems to account for the first flash, not the following ones.
연단이 떠올랐어요.
Strange. I mean, we're still annihilating them. I just like to know why that one thing's not being normal. I just don't seem to be inflicting as much bleed either. As I normally do.
짜증나게.
Ow. Oh no. Otis might die. Otis might be dead.
바이올렛 브레이크.
Damn! Beat his ass, Kira.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
썰어버려도 상관없지.
Okay, so what's on the field is what they have. Let's do this.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를. 그래, 그렇게 화물이
There's gonna be some big damage.
피어나고 피어나라.
I don't think I'm ever gonna break 900 more, which I've managed before. I think we've probably won this turn. Unless I miscounted and they have one in reserve.
전투 감각 하나 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하겠다. 이제
Or no one else attacks that guy, but she might be able to finish him.
사관 수감자
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나
시선은 눈이 멀지 않도록.
And done. Unless the next one's a fight, I'm not gonna.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Nope, it's just
피를
story.
마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Okay, so anyway, I am gonna call it here, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed. I don't know what I'll be streaming tomorrow. It might be Blue Archive. It might be The Long Dark. I'll have to see. But anyway, without further ado, it might even be Atomic Heart. I gotta see if I have the DLC or not. So anyway, without further ado, I will see you all next time. I'm at my limit. I'm too tired. I gotta call it here. I'll be streaming something tomorrow at 11:45. I just don't know what yet. But anyway, good night and peace. Where is the button? Can't find the button. There's nope. There it is.
Following the light.
Buen toma, toma, muerte.